they said we're second up at 4. So they said signal's dropping. Jack is calling me. Hey, Jack.
from a student letting them know what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, you can see with us, we are the ones that they come to dispel information, and from telling us there was a reunification center and then pulling back on that, and now there's another one. You can imagine how frustrated and worried parents can be. And for more on that, we want to go to our reporter, Regina Urita, who is there speaking one-on-one with parents who I know their nerves are more than rattled with this. What a frightening situation.
Yeah, a frightening situation for all of these parents. And right behind me, you can see the number of vehicles. These are all parents who are on standby, trying to get information, trying to reunite with their kids, who some of them tell me they have been texting them, and other parents saying that, unfortunately, they haven't heard from their kids because some teachers actually take away their phones. So you can just imagine the fear that many parents are experiencing right now. Just to show you right here, this is a Wootton Parkway here. This is a street. Right towards the light there, we are seeing patrol cars. If you make a left there, that's where the school is. You can see the patrol car, law enforcement here blocking off, only letting certain cars in, but they are redirecting traffic. And again, parents who are here in this school, or at least, sorry, on this street, they are just trying to reunite with their kids. We've been talking to parents. We did talk to one who's in this car. Hopefully she wants to talk to us. I know she's on the phone here, but we're going to continue here talking to more. Again, some of them have been in contact with their kids, others haven't, and that is really what's frustrating them. A lot of them just in fear, and of course just a lot of a fluid situation, just because there's been so much information and a lot of miscommunication, trying to figure out where the reunification center is, trying to see if parents have gotten an update, seeing if any of them have gotten more information. Have you gotten any information from the school? Just, you know, I know that you guys have been out here for a couple hours now.
They just update us every 20-30 minutes, so I'm waiting.
You're waiting?
Yes.
Do you have a student?
My daughter.
Have you been in contact with her?
She texts me and she say, "Mom, I love you. We are in a lockdown." That's hard too.
It's tough to hear. And so many parents here going through the same thing. You're trying to talk to your daughter. What's going through your mind?
Just it's so hard. When she said "I love you," I knew something was wrong. So
yeah. Well, again, really hard to hear just from some parents, of course, emotional, and some of them just trying to get their privacy right now, so we're going to respect that. But a number of vehicles still waiting to reunite with our kids. I'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you, Regina. Our live team coverage continues now with Josh Rosenthal.
Shamari, I'm standing at the intersection of Wootton Parkway and Falls Meadway, and to give you an idea of where that is, Wootton High School, it's about half a mile, give or take, down in that direction. If you look, it might be hard to see, but there are some people walking along that path there, pretty sure, because we've seen a lot of this since we've been at this location over the past 5-10 minutes. Those are parents, and here's the reason why. Turn over in this direction. Until literally moments ago, this is where police had been stopping traffic. I'm talking like since we started talking, this traffic's been moving again. So what's actually been happening is parents have been pulling off in that direction. They've been pulling off in this direction. You can see all these cars here. They've just been waiting. We've talked to a lot of these people. These are parents who heard that there was a shooting inside of their child's high school. They raced to the scene, and essentially, until just now, this is as close as they could possibly get. Over and over again, you're hearing from parents that this is scary, that they're in communication with their children, who are also terrified. And I want you to hear a little more of what these families and these children are going through. As I said, we, just like everybody else, had to pull off. We're parked down that road, and right after we got out of our vehicle, we were able to talk to a mother and a grandmother. They actually have two children, one child and that child's cousin, so the grandmother's grandchild, who are inside of Wootton right now. Here's a little bit of what they had to say. What's your reaction to all this happening?
I'm scared. because we're trying to, pick her up, but it's been like an hour we're trying to get into school, but all the streets are blocked.
You've just been trying to get to your daughter.
Yes.
Have you been in communication with your daughter?
Yes, my mom, actually, I'm the one who's driving.
So you guys have been able to text?
Yes.
Is she okay?
She's okay, and
They're okay. My two grandson is older, is inside also. They're inside.
Oh my goodness, so you have a daughter there and then also her cousin?
yes. So.
I understand. I'm so sorry that you're dealing with this, and I wish you the best. And you've heard from your grandson as well? He's okay also?
They're okay.
They're okay.
Thank God.
What's your reaction as a grandma?
I'm very scared right now.
Good luck getting your children. Thank you for stopping. And I think that's what a lot of people here are thinking and feeling right now. One other thing I want to mention, which I think is important to get out there, Montgomery County Police did just post on X that the reunification site for children who are not riding the bus, we're told that kids who are riding the bus will still be allowed to take their bus home, but for children who may walk, for instance, the reunification site is Frost Middle School. Follow me over in this direction here. So this is Wootton Parkway, in case you're not familiar with the area. This is actually, I should say, this is my alma mater. I went to Wootton High School. I also went to Frost Middle School, so I'm pretty familiar with this area. If you look down Wootton Parkway, you can see a sign there. It says Scott Drive. I don't know if you'll be able to see that, but if you turn left on Scott Drive, Frost is just right up there. So this is the reunification site, which police originally said was a reunification site. Then they said, hold up. Now it's not. Now they are saying again that Frost is the reunification site. So I take it many of these parents are driving down here. They're going to be trying to turn left onto Scott Drive, and then the driveway, it's kind of a big long driveway for Robert Frost Middle School, is not too far up on the right, and then Wootton High School and Frost kind of back up to each other. There's a big hill in the middle. We actually just spoke with a mother 5 minutes before we went on air here, who said she has one child at Wootton who she had been able to talk to. She said she also has a child at Frost who she hadn't been able to communicate with yet because that child in middle school doesn't have a cell phone. That is where she was trying to go. And at the time, as recently as 5 minutes ago, she still wasn't able to do so. The hope would be that, as I said, that roadblock just opened up here, that now, like all these other parents, she'll be able to drive down that way and hopefully get to Frost in the not too distant future, guys. So it is good to see some movement here. You would think that would mean, or that would indicate that police have moved into a different stage of their investigation, which is certainly ongoing. But if there's any kind of imminent danger, you would have to assume that these cars would not now be allowed to go down in this direction. But it is indicative of what's clearly a developing scene, a scary scene for all these parents who, again, I can't underscore enough, have pretty much been sitting in this area hoping that their children are okay after hearing this frightening news. And now, for the first time, they're at least being able to move a little closer to where their children are at this hour. Guys, I'm going to throw it back to you.
Yeah, Josh, thanks for giving us that insight there. I think that you hit the nail on the head there, and that is indicative of a scene that is slowly unfolding, but looks like it's going in more of a positive direction when it comes to our parents, because movement, that's a good thing. It's when they're stopping people, as we heard from the law enforcement experts in the DMV zone, when they're stopping people, that's when they're still doing, their checks, and they don't feel confident that perhaps they have contained the scene and have the people that they need to go forward in this investigation. With that said, we do want to reiterate, because there's been a lot of ping-ponging, a lot of back and forth on where the parents need to go. And you can see there's a lot of parents there down at the school. This is the one thing that law enforcement have said don't do. Don't come down to the school. Please go to the reunification center, which has been established now at Robert Frost Middle School. We just saw that line of traffic. There is movement. It's moving slowly but surely. And again, parents are urged not to do this, not to go directly to the school. That's not to say that you won't be able to get your child. We don't know how they're going to handle that situation at this time, but that is the situation there. Remember, this is a big school.
It is.
2,000 kids
go
to the school. So this is a huge scene that they have to get in control of and communication is key here.
And those parents are just concerned, as you saw with Regina and Josh's reports. They want answers. They want to know, number one, how did this happen? But number two, how are their kids doing? Some of them have been able to communicate, whereas others have not because of the cell phones taken away. And again, I just want to make sure we're reiterating that reunification site is Robert Frost Middle School, and it's at 9201 Scott Drive in Rockville. We're now going to be joined by Regina Rita from Wootton High School. Regina.
Yeah, hey guys, and this is just a line of vehicles who are either trying to get confirmation if the reunification is at Robert Frost Middle School. Some of them have decided to stay here. They just want to be reunited with their kids. So we have certain cars passing here, but if you check over here towards my front here where I'm looking at, these cars are slowly coming back on this street. It was closed for the past 2 hours, so it seems like patrol cars are slowly letting traffic back into the street. This is Wootton Parkway, and then if you turn a left right where that light is, that's where the high school is. But I'm gonna bring in Miriam, correct? I want to talk a little bit more about just your experience. I know you have a daughter who's a senior and a son who's a junior. This whole experience really difficult.
My daughter, when my son actually called me as soon as all this, the notification came, and I couldn't get hold of my daughter for another hour and a half, which really was very stressful because usually it's my daughter who contacts me about everything and anything. But yeah, some of the teachers take the kids' phones away during class so that they're not a distraction. So she didn't have her phone, and we couldn't get hold of her for a long time, and then we heard that someone was shot, and we didn't know, and then someone said he was a male. So, you know, nobody wants anything bad to happen to anybody, but, you know, it was kind of a relief for me that it was, you know, I knew it wasn't my daughter. But this has been very stressful, and I don't know why this happened, and it's the kind of thing that you think would never happen in this neighborhood, but it did.
And I've been talking to other parents. I mean, thankfully for you, you were able to get in contact with your kids, but others still trying to get, you know, information, trying to get reunited with their kids. They haven't gotten any contact yet, and that's just really scary.
Yeah, it's very scary. I mean, there's nothing more scary than you know, being worried about your kids in a situation like this and not having any information. It's nerve-wracking. So
you were telling me that, you know, the school, unfortunately, there's been other incidents in the past, and this one was another one that's just as terrifying. And I mean, what are your thoughts in seeing that? I mean, this is a school where your kids go to.
Yeah, I said that we've had multiple issues at the school. We've had bomb threats. We had the first 2 years my daughter was here. My daughter is a junior. There were like swastikas that were left in around the school, and nobody kind of knows what happened with that whole story. And then there was the incident of someone that was plotting to bomb the school, and there was an incident with racism that, you know, people said it wasn't addressed correctly. Overall, you would think that this neighborhood wouldn't have problems like this, but there's been numerous incidents, and I'm not really sure how they've been handled. I don't have a good understanding of how they've been handled, but they keep happening, so that's worrisome. And this was obviously the worst.
And you've decided to stay here. We do know that the reunification center is at Robert Frost Middle School. Are you heading there? Or are you thinking of
once the traffic moves, I'll try to move that way, but it's, you know, we're kind of stuck here. So.
Well, thank you so much for sharing. Of course, we're trying to get more details out here as we're on scene, but you can kind of see what Miriam was talking about, just a number of vehicles who are still standing here waiting, trying to get to the reunification center. But that's the issue here, that there's so many cars and people are just trying to wait to see what authorities will say, where they'll direct them, and see exactly what else, where else they can go just to, again, be reunited with their kids. I'm going to see if this parent wants to talk. Hi, sir. just a number of parents out here who have told me the same thing, and it seems like he doesn't want to talk. No worries, we'll continue out here. But again, the issue out here is that many of them are trying to get in contact with their kids. Some of them have been able to because some of them the students have phones in the school. But from what Miriam, the parent, the mother that we just talked to, she tells me that some teachers actually take away the students' phones depending on the class that they're in. I'm going to see here if this parent wants to talk. I know that a number of parents have just been really frustrated and just scared of this whole situation. It's just something that you don't want to hear. Hi, have you gotten an update from the school? What have you heard?
No, we're just waiting. Actually, it's been like 1.5 hours for now. So they said the police arrested the person. So we're just waiting to pick up our student.
You have a daughter or son at the school?
There.
Have you been able to talk to her? What has she said? Or?
No, they can't give any information for now.
I mean, all of these cars, including yourself, these are all parents waiting to get information.
Yeah.
What? Is that, could you tell me anything? I'll move over here. Sorry, we're trying to not create as much traffic out here. But obviously, so much going on out here. I mean, difficult situation. What's going through your mind?
Actually, I don't have any information right now. So I just want they're keeping safe actually our student for now. So I don't have not much to say. They're just waiting for now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And your daughter, her son, a senior, junior?
She's ninth grade.
Ninth grade, freshman.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
All
We
right.
are worried about it actually. Yeah.
Gotcha. Did you know if this was do you know that this was there's a reunification center at Robert Frost Middle School?
Yeah. I just received that message from the school, from CPS. So
All
for now.
right. Thank you so much. All right, guys, we'll stay out here, see if there's any details or information that we can give you. But for now, I'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you, Regina. Again, we have one person shot in stable condition, one person in custody. It's all a shooting at Wootton High School.
Yeah, and Wootton High School does remain on lockdown, as you saw right there, although advised not to do this. A lot of parents going to the school, this following back and forth on where to get your kids, and now we know that that point of meeting is at Robert Frost Middle School. And what you notice there, which is a good sign, is that there is movement. The roads were all completely shut down earlier, just about an hour ago. This call originally came in around 2:15. And now we see movement around Wootton High School. There is a path to get to Robert Middle. It's moving slowly. But as you heard right there, and Regina is reporting, talking to the parents, just 30 minutes ago, they said we hadn't heard anything. And then now they're saying, yes, I did get the alert. Can I make it to Robert Frost? And that is where a lot of people are now redirecting where they're going at this moment. We also know...
And we also have some video of 3 people in handcuffs. One person is in custody. You're looking at that video right there from Sky Fox, the Montgomery County Police SUV right there. And the officers, again, had 3 people in handcuffs. We don't know if they are suspects or person of interest, but right now they are in handcuffs and one person is in custody.
But we do have some breaking details coming into the Fox 5 newsroom right now. We have just been made aware. We learned that the victim is indeed a student at the school, and that victim has been taken into custody. So again, the victim, okay, student is in custody and a victim is also a student. So we know that we have some video here. We saw at least 3 people taken away from the scene in handcuffs, but all that we have confirmed is that one suspect was taken into custody, and then we know at this point that the one victim who remains in stable condition is a student there at Wootton. Now, as far as detailed information about that one suspect in custody, it has not yet been confirmed whether or not that is the alleged shooter. We don't know what capacity they were taken in. That is information that we're still waiting to hear from. We are over 2 hours since this story broke, since this incident happened, and we have yet to hear from Chief Marcus Jones. We have placed several calls of emails, texts, trying to get a hold of Montgomery County Police to get an update. So if you're out there, Chief, we'd appreciate a call, and I'm sure that the community would as well. A lot of people here, they're so anxious. You saw, speaking to these parents, car after car after car, these parents are shaken by this right now. And so we want information. We need some more information, let them know that everything is safe. It looks like the scene is secure, but where do we go from here?
I mean, there's been some updates put on Twitter, but, you know, the last one was the Robert Frost Middle School reunification site. And right now, parents, I tell you, like, an hour seems like 3 hours, just waiting minute by minute, trying to get that update, wanting to make sure that their kids are okay.
Yeah, and just to give you a little context here, as we wait for more confirmed details on the shooting at Wootton to come through, or hopefully we'll hear from the chief or someone from the police department there in Montgomery County. This incident underscores really a lot of the ongoing concerns that we have seen, not only here in this county, but in other school districts in our viewing area, when it comes to the issue of safety and also emergency response in schools, in public schools. And I think it's worth noting that Wootton High does have a number of security measures that are put in place, everything from the visitor control system, also cameras, which I'm sure they're going to be looking at as they continue this investigation. But we are hearing, and we've done many stories on this before, they have not yet implemented metal detectors or weapon detecting type of a mechanism or machines. And so that's one thing. But historically, Wootton does not have a history of violent incidents.
No, it doesn't. Our live team coverage is now going to continue with Josh Rosenthal. I'm hearing that he is at Robert Frost Middle School.
Yeah. He's on his way
there to Robert Frost Middle School.
Sure.
That is the
reunification
reunification
site. The road's opened up,
site.
so now we can get there too.
But the issue is trying to have the room up.
They've got to pivot too, because a lot of them are at the school right now. Hey, Josh.
Hey guys, yeah, we are on our way to Robert Frost Middle School, as are many, many parents. As you can see here, this line long of cars, overwhelmingly, this is parents who are trying to get to Frost Middle School to reunite with their children who were at Wootton High School. And to give you an idea of where this is Scott Drive. Frost Middle School is on Scott Drive. I don't know, maybe we're, let's say, 2/10 of a mile up in that direction. I think we might have another parent here. So you parent trying to get to your kid?
In fact, my daughter studies in the Wootton High School.
I'm sorry you're dealing with this. If you don't mind me asking real quickly, we're on live on Fox 5. I'm Josh. This is Ben.
Hi,
what's your reaction to all this going on?
Well, I'm very worried about it, and my daughter's not answering the text message we sent her. We were just informed that was 2 boys apparently that was in the shooting. I mean, it's hard to be relieved. It's kind of news when you say that his daughter is not involved, is injured, but it's sad. But I mean, somehow I'm relieved that it's not her.
So you sent her a text, but you have not heard back from her to this point?
Several texts. She may have not her cell phone with her, so it's probably. Yeah.
First of all, I'm so sorry, because as a parent, I can't imagine what that's like for you. And as it sounds like you know, the latest information that we have is that it was 2 students. This is according to police. We just found out. It's fluid information. But 2 students involved, 1 victim in stable condition who they are tending to, and another person who is in custody, which I hope makes you feel a little bit better about your daughter.
My prayers with this boy that was injured, but I have to be honest, I was relieved when I got the news that my daughter is fine. But I'm still, I mean, she's had like some mental health issues. She's very anxious, so I want to. My wife is over there trying to get the car, so I'm just walking there.
Please step up on the sidewalk with me, sir. I don't want these cars to hit you. So did you drive down here with your wife?
Yeah, my wife usually she pick up my daughter, so I was working at home and then she called me like desperate to say, oh, it's locked down, shooting. And so I came, walk, and we were 15 minutes walk. But she cannot, in fact, they recommend parents not to come to like the Wootton parents not to come because the Frost parents are picking up, but I decided to walk just in case she's waiting for us.
I don't blame you. I mean, it's your daughter. I completely understand, and I believe this long line of parents is thinking along the same lines. This is where police are now telling parents to come, is Frost. So I think you're doing the right thing here, but it's a really difficult situation, even knowing what we know now from police regarding the suspect and the victim, according to police, again, being in stable condition. Would you agree?
Yes, yes.
Good luck to you, and please be careful
much.
walking. We're not going to be far behind you here, but we're losing our sidewalk now. So please be safe, and good luck to you, sir. Thank you for stopping. And that, guys, is what's happening here. I mean, you look behind me, it looks like another parent coming this way who we actually talked to earlier, and this is over and over again, the story that we're hearing here near Frost Middle School, up this way, and Wootton High School, just down Wootton Parkway, in that direction tonight. Back to you.
Now joined by Andrew Friedson. He is the council member for District 1. Council member, first of all, thanks for joining us. Sorry to speak to you on this tragic situation right now. What information can you bring to us right now with the latest? And have you talked to Montgomery County Police Chief Marcus Jones?
I've not directly talked with Marcus Jones, who's now the chief of security for Montgomery County Public Schools, used to be the police chief. I have been in direct communication with local officials in Rockville, with county officials, with our public safety response on scene. And so I've been in regular communications with them since minutes after this news broke. It is deeply concerning. It is absolutely shocking. It is something that is not only hitting me personally, but also professionally. My wife is a graduate of Wootton High School. I spent the first day of school in the early hours of the day with the Wootton community to bring in the new school year, and to see what has happened and what has transpired today for gun violence to rage itself on school grounds is just absolutely beyond shocking for everybody involved.
Now, Councilmember, you saw the different parents in the cars waiting, many of them anxious, trying to get word that their kids are okay. What do you have to say to them?
Well, it appears that the victim is stable and conscious and alert, which we are praying for the victim's full recovery. Obviously, that's where we are first and foremost, and that the suspect is in custody. And so it does appear that the police on scene have been able to respond. I want to especially thank our Montgomery County Police Department and the Rockville City Police, who collectively responded on scene in an extremely fast manner and was able to ensure that the site was secure as quickly as possible. But this is a shocking situation. Anytime there is any type of violence, much less gun violence, in a school, which should be the safest and most secure place we have in our communities, it absolutely just is a shock to the system for every parent, for every student, for every educator, and every family. This is something that should shock all of us.
And Councilmember, you mentioned what we've been reporting, that there is one suspect in custody. Is it believed that the suspect is the alleged shooter?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay. And as far as the victim, who remains in stable condition, has that victim's family been notified? Are they aware that their child was involved in this? Are both families aware?
I don't have information at this time on the notification to families.
Okay. And you mentioned that this brings safety and school safety back into focus. And Montgomery County in recent years, we've even reported on it, has really taken a lot of steps to try their best to address threats before they happen. And so when it comes to the communication between the school and the county and all of the resources, like you mentioned, it looked like they had everything pretty contained rather quickly. What worked well and what more needs to be done here?
Well, there is tremendous coordination between the Rockville City Police Department and the Montgomery County Police Department, and for that, we should all be extremely grateful. This was an example where both police departments responded swiftly, and a very tragic situation, which could have been much worse, was contained, and where further harm was not done, and that's really important. I do want to thank the Rockville mayor and city council in particular, they are the ones that actually funded the school resource officer at Wootton High School. They do the same thing at Richard Montgomery High School. This has been an ongoing public debate and discussion among policymakers at the county level, and I want to express my appreciation to the city of Rockville for stepping up to ensure that there is an officer on site at Wootton High School. I think that's extremely important and something that they deserve credit for. And most importantly, I'm just extremely grateful that there wasn't loss of life here. This could have been a worse situation, but it is absolutely unacceptable in any circumstance for gun violence to wreak havoc on any school community, anywhere, and especially in our community. And we should all be shocked by it.
And just a reminder, Montgomery County Police are advising people, parents, not to go to Wootton High School, to meet at Robert Frost Middle School.
And speaking of them, a lot of them are just hanging on every word and every update that they can get. And so for those parents that are out there, perhaps watching right now, that remain super anxious, don't know what to do, or perhaps sitting right there in that car line trying to get to Robert Frost, what would you say to reassure them about the situation in their kids as they wait for official updates? Oh,
all right.
Okay. Well, that was Andrew Friedson, Montgomery County Council member. We appreciate him taking the time to join us earlier.
And he confirmed that the suspect is in custody, the victim in stable condition right now. Yeah. And the school is still on lockdown with parents just waiting, worrying.
Yeah, and even though we have not officially heard from police and received a statement from Montgomery County Police, Mr. Friedson said that he has, since the first minutes after this happened and news broke, he has been in constant communication with them, and they've been giving them updates as well that he's been able to pass along to other county leaders. But again, it's a situation that does appear to be contained. It doesn't look like we're still in lockdown, but it looks like we do have movement around the school, and those parents wishing to reunite at Robert Frost Middle School, it's going to be a long wait. But
all right, we're now joined by Regina. She has an update for us.
Yeah, hey guys, well, we just ran into Mayor Ashton here. I know that you've been with authorities contacting them directly with everything that's going on. Any update that you can give our viewers? I know so many parents right behind you, they're still on a standstill waiting to reunite with their kids. It's just a terrible, very scary situation.
Thank you for being here. This is a tough day for the entire community. We are very thankful to Rockville City Police Department and to Montgomery County Police Department and all the parents and staff of MCPS working to make sure that this scene is, the school is secured. There's going to be official information coming out, but there will be some details about reunifying parents with their students. So I just want to assure everyone that the authorities have everything under control at this moment. Our students are safe, and the authorities are working very hard to get more information out soon.
But are the students still, I know there's a reunification center, but I mean, parents haven't been able to reach their kids. Some of the parents haven't been able to reach their kids. I mean, is that happening soon? What can you tell parents?
So MCPS is just making sure everything is secure. The first priority is safety, and they'll be putting out some official information very shortly, I'm told within the hour. So additional information will be coming out soon, and there'll be an official press conference to share information. But I think the most important thing is make sure that we're not spreading rumors, that official data is coming out and information and guidance, and that all students are currently safe and the victim is stable.
Victim is stable. Anything else
That's
that you
all I can share at this moment, but there will be official information coming out from Rockville City Police Department and Montgomery County Police.
Mayor, one thing I did hear from parents is that, there's been multiple incidents at this school. This is another one that's also had them very concerned and frustrated, but not the first time to have something very similar to this. They obviously know that there's been an ongoing situation at this school with these types of threats and now a shooting.
So I can say that Rockville City Police have stepped in to provide additional support, working very, very closely with Montgomery County Public Schools. This is a safe community. This is a very unusual event to happen in the city, although
any event is too many. The bottom line is we have to have a national discussion about gun safety and making sure that our students and our community is safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, guys, I just want to show you over here. We're still seeing just a number of vehicles. These are parents who are trying to get to, at least try to get closer to the school. But as we've been saying, they are discouraging you to do that. There is a reunification center at Robert Frost Middle School. These cars, though, however, are trying to get through. And as soon as they do, many of them telling me they just want to be with their kids. They want to know that they're okay. Some of them have texted them, others still waiting to get a text back. So as the mayor said, we are hoping to get more information. We are supposed to get a briefing from authorities at 6 p.m. As soon as we know more details, we'll be sure to update you. I'll send it back to you.
We really appreciate your reporting there and that interview with the mayor. Regina, we'll check back in with you shortly. I know that she brought up a couple incidents that are still fresh in a lot of parents' minds, the community's minds. Historically, the school does not have a huge history of extreme violence like that. But there were some big events, you might recall, back in 2023. There was a bomb threat, and I believe somebody was arrested for that. That was called in. And then more recently, it was 2024 when a former student was arrested for writing 100-plus page manifesto, and that actually was very alarming, and it actually drew a lot of attention of how the school district, along with law enforcement, could work together with the FBI to implement better safety measures to prevent things like from that actually manifesting and actually happening. And since then, I mean, like any other school in our area, we know that they are well trained, that they do a lot of drills. They
with the school resource officers, like Montgomery County Police, but also Mayor Monique Ashton again saying that all the students are safe, that the victim is safe and stable condition. You heard from the council member stating that the suspect is in custody, and we're waiting for a news conference with more information at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, so that will be with Rockville City Police, from what we understand. And like we said, we still have not heard from Police Chief Mark Yamada or the Chief of School Security, former Police Chief Montgomery County, Marcus Jones. And so, but they have been in contact with other local leaders, according to Andrew Friedson. But at 6 o'clock, it sounds like that's when we're going to get updated information, updated official information. But from what we can glean right now, what's important is that there is a place that you as a parent, if you know a parent, can go to be reunited with your child. We also know that the individual who was shot, who was wounded, is in stable condition, and we know that the suspect, who is believed to be the alleged shooter, is in custody.
And I'm sure that lockdown will eventually be lifted to help the parents. I'm sure they're just so emotional right now. And just want to make sure we're putting out that address at 9201 Scott Drive in Rockville. That is where Robert Frost Middle School is located. Some of the parents, as Josh Rosenthal and Regina were showing you, they're just waiting, concerned. And it's not like they can just immediately just drive right there. They're being patient. But at the same time, some of them have been unable to communicate with their kids in the school right now on lockdown. They don't have this, the kids don't have the cell phones in order to text or communicate with their parents. At least many of them don't.
Yeah, and one thing that is still lingering out there, we had asked the council member about that, was whether or not the individual who was hurt has actually been in contact with their family, or if their family has been notified yet. Because as you can imagine, if you're a parent, I don't care that there's 2,000 kids at this school. If I know that anybody's hurt, anybody's been shot, and I haven't heard from my child,
I want
I'm
answers. Exactly.
You know? And honestly, as much as they say don't come to the school, you can't blame them for being like,
the first thing you're going to do.
I'm going to go to the school.
You want to know that your kid is okay, and we're going to get more information at 6 at this news conference.
Yeah, so right now we want to bring in another local leader, Montgomery County Council member Will Jawando. I believe he is on the line and is joining us momentarily. Well, oh, there you are. Okay. Thank you so much, council member, for joining us during this unfortunate time. What do you know at this point? We haven't heard officially from law enforcement. We are waiting for this newser that's coming up in the 6 o'clock hour, so a little more than an hour away. What else can you tell us about the situation that's unfolding?
Yeah, well, the most important thing is that the shooter is in custody, and the student who was shot and injured is in stable condition, and law enforcement has said there's no further threat. I know that as a parent of 4 students that are in schools here, including Montgomery County Public Schools, I understand the angst. I'm thankful to our Montgomery County Police, our 1st District folks, and the Rockville City Police who responded and quickly neutralized this situation and located the student. I'm thankful to the first responders who provided first aid. As you're seeing live now, students are remaining in the building. They're going to take their normal bus routes home is what's going to happen. For those who take the bus, we have about 100,000 students who take the bus countywide. And then, as you were mentioning, I think before I came on, the Robert Frost Middle School on Scott Drive, 9201 Scott Drive, is the reunification for folks who walk or bike or who didn't take a bus to school. And that's where parents will pick up kids. And so as there will be a press conference at 6. We're asking, as hard as it might be, that you not rush to the school. There's obviously an investigation going on, evidence being collected, all the things that go into these type of incidences. But thankfully, at this point, while it's a horrible situation and we never want to see this happen anywhere, especially not in our schools, the shooter has been arrested and the student is in stable condition. And now it's about how do we piece together what happened, why it happened, and then get everyone home safely.
Councilmember Jawando,
that's kind of where it is right now.
First of all, thank you for joining us. Now, you're a father of 4, I know that. And what do you say to parents right now who are worried? They're in their cars, they're trying to get to Robert Frost Middle School, or they're at Wootton High School saying, I'm not going there, I'm just going to wait here for my kid to come out. As a father, what do you say to them?
Well, as I said, I understand that feeling. And, you know, I have kids in MCPS schools like right now, just like other parents, like at this very moment. And so I would say just please follow the instructions of the school system and law enforcement, because that's the way you're going to most quickly be reunited. If your child isn't taking if your student isn't taking the bus. And I get it, but the most important headline here is that there is no ongoing threat, and that this was an incident between 2 students, and the student who fired the weapon is in custody, and the other student is in stable condition at the hospital. There's no evidence suggests any further threat. And so now it's just we want to make sure we orderly get people home to where they need to be with their family.
Okay, and we just got word, and I just want to break in with this real quick, just to alert anybody who's watching, that the kids have all just been dismissed, from what I understand, to Robert Frost Middle School, and that is where
they're going to get their buses, and they'll take the normal bus routes from Robert Frost Middle School and reunite with their parents for those who aren't taking the bus.
Yeah, so this is a developing situation, so we wanted to bring that update to you. But Councilmember, while I have you here, looking ahead, once the investigators wrap up this case and this incident, what role does the council play in ensuring that safe measures are taken to prevent scenes like this from happening again? And with that in mind, we know that there are safety mechanisms that are in place across Montgomery County schools, including the cameras and also the visitor entrance system. But there are not metal detectors, there are not weapon detecting devices in those schools. So is the council going to pass a budget to fund these kind of devices, a device that possibly could have flagged this gun that got within school walls?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. We've continually added funding for security guards, for physical security like vestibules and the like, so that people can't enter. There has been a discussion, an ongoing discussion for a couple of years around the utility, the effectiveness of weapons detection. There is an ID. You have to wear your ID when you come into place now. There was a discussion at the school system level about potentially piloting some weapons detectors. There's a debate in the world about how effective that is. I'm sure we'll have that discussion again. I'm certainly open to it. There are some, like when you go to Disney World or some places like that, where you can just walk through and there's someone monitoring the system that are less intrusive. It's not airport level security, but they're monitors. They are expensive. It is a cost. This is not a normal occurrence, right? Like, we don't have shootings in Montgomery County schools. I think this might be the second one that I know of ever. I could be wrong there, but they're very rare occurrences. Obviously, there's more guns than people in the United States. That's a problem that we have to deal with as a nation. We have more mass shootings than anyone else. Thank goodness this wasn't one of those. And it's horrible as it is. But I'm certainly open to those conversations. Part of the infrastructure funding for our schools in the budget that I'm pushing for is to make sure that we have enough security guards, that we have enough security infrastructure, that doors lock, and that all these things. And I would put weapons detectors in the mix there. I think they could be a part of the mix, but I wouldn't rush to that saying the statement that could have solved this problem. I think there's even ways, unfortunately, around those detectors, and some people argue about how effective they even are. So, but it is a conversation we should have as part of keeping our kids safe, for sure. But there's a lot of things we are doing to make sure that we're keeping kids safe, including making sure kids have places to go when there's conflict, right? A lot of times, whether there's a fight, or in this case, we don't know what the reason was. There's a reason that there was some interpersonal conflict. So how are we making sure we're addressing those issues too before things escalate? So I think there's a lot of things that we're going to need to look at after the fact. But right now, we just want to make sure everyone's safe and that they get home and that the student gets the treatment that they need to be better. I'm just interested in knowing, though, do you think weapon detectors or a metal detector would have made a difference today? I have no way of knowing that. I don't know what type of gun was used. Was it a ghost gun? Was it something that was pieced together? All that's, I'm sure, under investigation. I have no way of knowing that. But as I've said, I am open to the conversation, as I think it's a school system decision ultimately, and they would have to request that in their budget. But I think talking about that, certainly anything we can do to keep our kids safe, we should be looking at. But I do want to underscore that these are very rare occurrences, and we also have to balance what we're doing against, making sure everyone is safe in the school. And there's a lot of different ways to do that. Certainly, weapons detectors could be one of those ways, but I think we need to balance the effectiveness, the cost, and all of that as well. Thank you, Councilmember Jawando. We also now have an update from Montgomery County Police about this shooting, that the first arriving officers located the victim in a hallway inside of the school. The student victim was found with one gunshot wound and transported to an area hospital in stable condition. The suspect is also a student and was quickly identified and arrested a short time later near the school. At this time, there is no further threat to public safety. Students remain inside of the school and are expected to be released shortly. We did get an update moments ago stating that those students have been dismissed and will meet their parents at Robert Frost Middle School. And for those who plan on taking the bus, that's where the bus routes will meet them and take them. But to continue with the statement, all the students who ride the bus will take the regular routes home. Parents of bus riders are asked not to come to Wootton High School. The reunification location, again, is at Robert Frost Middle School, and that's at 9201 Scott Drive. There is a news conference at 6 o'clock. All right, thank you for that, Shabari. We want to bring in next Robert McDonald. He is a criminology expert. Thank you so much, Robert, for joining us. I just want to start off with what we know, and that is that we've got one student who is in stable condition. We've got one person who's believed to be the alleged shooter who is in custody. So what can we say? How can we responsibly categorize or describe the incident that unfolded here?
Well, I think what investigators are going to have to start to worry about now is to find out what was happening with this individual that was the shooter here. Did he just recently lose his job? Was he a student? Is he having drug and alcohol problems? Is he having significant other problems, mental health issues, drug and alcohol abuse? What was going on in and around his family? What was going on in and around his community? Did anybody notice anything? Was this directed at the person who was shot? A lot of questions are going to have to be answered here, and a lot of investigation is going to be working its way back, checking social media, interviewing neighbors and friends to see what actually went on here and why this happened this afternoon.
Now, Robert, what factors most commonly contribute to violent incidents at schools?
Well, I think we see some mental health issues. There may be drug and alcohol abuse involved here. We need to find out what was going on in this individual's circle. What was bothering him? Was there a teacher that upset him at the school? Was he a student at the school? All of those pieces of the puzzle are going to have to be found out. You know, an investigation is a reconstruction of the past. So we're going to start right where this action took place and work our way backwards to find out what issues contributed to this individual taking part in this activity today.
You know, whenever we cover any type of crime, especially when it's involved with students, officials are very, very hesitant to announce any type of motive, to jump to any conclusion, to speculate. It seems like this is pretty contained. This is one person and another person. Why is that the case? And how long could this take?
Well, I think a lot of times that we can get in trouble when we put too much information out too early. And a lot of times these days, once information gets out, gets put on social media or the 24-hour news cycle, and it's not correct, that information has already gone downrange, and it's very difficult to bring it back. So I think authorities are very cautious to put out information that is necessary to both the press and to the community. I think the fact that I assume I'm not in your area, I'm in Connecticut, but it sounds like, as you said, this is contained. It sounds like the shooter has been apprehended, and that we're not worried about any other shooters or any other harm that could be caused to any other students here. So it sounds to me like the situation is contained and moving in the right direction.
When it comes to misconceptions, when an event like this happens, when there is a shooting at a school, what are the most common misconceptions that the public has when incidents like this happen?
Well, a lot of times once our politicians are going to get involved here and we're going to be talking about gun control or mental health counseling and all of those type of things, those things are all important and we should be talking about them. But right now we ought to be worrying about the victim in this case and his or her family and making sure that they're taken care of and making sure that the investigation dots all the I's and crosses all the T's so that the prosecution or potential prosecution of the person who committed this act today will be a solid case and ripe for a guilty verdict should it go to trial.
Two things, Robert. First of all, for our viewers, you're looking at live pictures from Sky Fox right now. It appears to show students getting on the bus. I'm sure many of them anxious to get home, talk to their parents about what happened today. From your experience, let me ask you this. What prevention strategies have been effective for dealing with school violence?
Well, again, as your previous guest was talking with you about, there are a number of technical assets that can be used. Yes, they do cost money. Yes, they are able to be thwarted in certain situations. But again, that school system now, albeit that these things happen very rarely, has happened today. And they're going to have to figure out a way moving forward with the costs and the risks that are involved with not having those type of assets or personnel in and around all those schools that would potentially deflect these things from happening. So again, these are hard conversations that we have to have about our kids. We need to be watching our students, watching our families, seeing everybody's okay, so that can we not have these incidents happen again. One more of these incidents is far too many to have to be dealing with as we move forward.
And Robert, I wanted to ask real quick, because it seemed that the suspected shooter, they took someone in custody rather swiftly. So what does that tell you as someone who's seen incidents like this and have investigated them in the past? What does that say to you?
That tells me that the police department there worked swiftly, worked efficiently, worked exactly as we should work in these type of situations now. We now have the requirements to go directly towards where the shooter is, get the victims the care that they need after we neutralize the shooter in these cases. And it sounds to me like they did exactly what they should have done. They responded quickly. They responded to the problem, negated the problem by taking that person into custody, and then is getting the victim of the shotgun or the shot, getting them the medical treatment that they need. Sounds like it worked pretty well.
And Robert, from your experience, do metal detectors work for things like this in terms of stopping acts of violence at schools? Are they effective?
Again, used in the right situation, monitored properly, they can be very effective. Are they 100%? No, I can't say that. But they are a tool that I think the school system now is probably going to have to talk about, because you're going to have some very concerned parents, students, and faculty who were in and around that area today who are going to continue to be concerned and are going to want to see some actions taken to prevent this type of thing from happening again.
But prevention strategies wise on a national level, what would you say has shown the most promise? I mean, is there one thing that sticks out more than another? Is it the cameras that's being a big deterrent? Is it the detectors? The fact knowing that it's there, and that's one more layer of security that you go through, make you think twice about bringing a gun into the school. Nationally, are there any trends that you're tracking along with, and it's a two-part question, I guess, but criminal trends as far as the kind of violence that we're seeing happen at our school?
Look, there are many tools out there that are provided by many companies and institutions. Some work very well, some don't work as well, some work in concert with others. Each individual school system or business or office building or gas station, for that matter, really needs to figure out what is going to work for their needs, what is going to work for their price point, what is going to work for the frequency of the incidents that they've had. Obviously, I heard your previous guest say he believed that this was only the second incident that Montgomery County has had, or this school has had. Again, that's too many, but we need to be figuring out what's going on with our students, what's going on. We need to be listening, be watching. The see something, say something concept is the same here. And tools are nice. Additional personnel are nice, but we've got to be situationally aware of what's happening with the people and friends and family and acquaintances around us. Are they having issues? Are they having mental health problems, drug and alcohol abuse, job loss, all of those things? We've got to figure out how to make those things work and how to be listening as to what's going on in our community.
And on that note, I would be interested in knowing from your perspective, what's the biggest takeaway here for parents and educators tonight?
We need to be observant and talking to our kids at the dinner table. We need to be finding out what's going on in their world. Are they having difficulties? Are they spending a lot of time behind closed doors on their computers or on their phones? Are they not having a lot of interaction with friends? Are they having depression? We've got to be cognizant of what's going on with our students. We need to be talking to them. We need to be looking over their shoulder and seeing what they're doing. What are they looking at on social media? Who are they talking to? What are they involved in? All of these type of things need to come together. It's really just some good old-fashioned sitting down at the dinner table and talking to our kids. And if we can find out what's going on with our kids, maybe we can get them to help and avert something like this from happening in the future. It's really too much that we're talking about this from week to week in a lot of different situations.
Yeah, and you mentioned mental health. I'm sure that there are students who are friends of the student who was shot, many of them concerned, obviously, and having to deal with mental health right now. Some of them may need counseling.
Absolutely. I'm sure that the school will be setting something up this afternoon that will be available to students, faculty, parents, friends, brothers, sisters, boyfriends, girlfriends, whatever, to be able to get them the help and counseling that they need to get through this situation, especially those that were very near and in and around where it happened.
Robert McDonald, criminology expert, thank you so much for your valuable insight tonight as we continue to follow this breaking story and bring you live pictures from the scene from above. Sky Fox here showing you the situation at Montgomery County. You see there's a line of students, and I assume their parents with them, some of them, and we saw buses leaving just moments ago. It was probably within the last half hour that the school, Wootton High School, released the students and allowed them to make their way to Robert Frost Middle, where they were either meeting with their parents or taking their normal bus route home. Right now, the lockdown has been lifted, and we're being told by officials that there is no threat to the community. This after they did confirm one student was shot, is in stable condition, and one person who is believed to be the suspected shooter is in custody.
That's right. Our live team coverage continues now with Marina and Sharon.
And we start this 5 o'clock hour with continued breaking news coverage out of Montgomery County. Like you just heard, one student shot inside of Wootton High School, forcing that school into lockdown. Police say at this hour there is no further threat. Another student in custody tonight.
And in just the last 15 minutes, we are learning all students are currently being dismissed and directed to Robert Frost Middle School. Students will take their normal bus routes home. For those not taking the bus, there is a reunification site at the middle school.
And we have team coverage at this hour. Josh Rosenthal, Robert Frost Middle School, Regina Ureta at Wootton High School. Regina, you were there off the top at 3 o'clock this afternoon. How have things changed here in the last few hours?
Yeah, well, we've been on this street for the past couple of hours, and right now you can actually see traffic starting to head over here to Wootton Parkway. Just on my left, if you keep going down straight, that's where the school is. We're a couple minutes away. That street was blocked off, and so far, as you mentioned, students are being dismissed. The reunification center being taken place at Robert Frost Middle School. I'm going to step out of the way, kind of show you what we've been dealing with for the past couple of hours. So you can see slowly these streets are opening back up, but there's patrol cruisers here and law enforcement who's redirecting traffic. This was the area where we were seeing a number of vehicles, all who were parents trying to get closer to the school, trying to get more information, more details about what happened. They were the ones who all got a message from the school saying that there was reports of a shooting. So just a really difficult and terrifying message to receive for any parent. I'm going to break down what we know so far from authorities. First, I do want to mention again that students are currently being dismissed and directed toward Robert Frost Middle School for reunification. The students who ride the bus will take their normal bus route from that location. But this all started just before 2:30 this afternoon. Montgomery County police officers and Rockville City Police were called to the scene after reports of a shooting. According to Montgomery County Police, when officers arrived, they located a victim in a hallway inside the school. The student was found with a gunshot wound and taken to a hospital. They are in stable condition. The suspect, also a student, was quickly identified and arrested a short time later near the school. But at this time, there is no further threat to the public. Again, parents are being asked not to come to the school. The reunification is taking place at Robert Frost Middle School. All students are slowly being taken to Robert Frost Middle School to have that reunification. But here in this area, still noticing cars here on standby as they are trying to get to Robert Frost, others trying to see if they can get closer to the school. But again, as those details, a very fluid situation, as those details are starting to come in, we are being told that the reunification is being taken place at Robert Frost Middle School. Once we hear any more information, we'll be sure to let you know. We know that there is a news conference happening at 6 p.m. and we'll probably have more details. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, the school buses taking the kids back. We had heard that potentially these school buses would not be going to their usual route, but eventually they did release the lockdown, and that's what you're seeing there from Sky Fox with those pictures of the school buses taking those kids back to the usual bus stops. But of course, there's the other children who don't take the bus, and that is what we're talking about, the reunification at this hour.
I mean, so jarring for these parents that are trying to rush to get to their kids. Finally, they're getting on some of those buses. Josh Rosenthal speaking to some of those parents that are trying to reunite with their kids, rushing to get there. You spoke in the last hour with a parent that was literally walking to school. There's a lot of anxiety in the air, Josh.
There absolutely is, and you're going to hear from that parent in a second. First, Sharon, I want to give you an idea of where we are. This is a pretty important place to be right now. This is Frost Middle School here behind me, 9200 block of Scott Drive. If you walked past Frost, just straight in that direction, you're going to hit Wootton High School pretty quickly. They're close together. They're on different roads. You couldn't drive that way, but you could walk it. And that brings us to the rest of the scene that we're looking at now. Scott Drive, you look in either direction, it looks like this. You see all those cars back there? They've been lined up for quite some time now. We talked to a lot of people on our way in. We had to walk up here because there's so many cars. And it is mostly, in our experience, people we talk to, parents of children from Wootton High School who are coming here to Frost to try to reconnect with their students. Now, I can give you a little bit more information that we just learned about how exactly that's happened. We've watched a number of buses get essentially police escorts into here, into Frost Middle School. Well, one of these police officers just told me is that they are bringing at least some of the kids from Wootton here to Frost on buses. When they get here, they're then being checked in at Frost inside of the school, so kind of an attendance check. And at that point, and only at that point, the students who have come again from Wootton here to Frost are then okay to go. So that's some of these parents that are driving in are able to pick up their kids. You look up there now, you can see a lot of parents are just walking in to pick up their kids. Also, I spoke with a mom and dad who are here together. They're actually down this street here in the opposite direction of the school, sitting in their car because a police officer told them, hey, look, once your child is checked in, that child will be able to walk out. So they were texting with their son, who presumably is at some point going to walk up here. The police officer said that the child would be able to do it by himself and then meet his parents down this way in one of these cars. As we've talked about over and over again, this has been incredibly frightening for parents here, and with good reason. I want you to hear from a woman as well as her son. This is interesting. We actually saw the woman initially where we parked, which is about half a mile from where we are now, up Wootton Parkway. She was walking in to try to get to her student. She actually has two sons, one at Wootton, who she had been able to be in touch with. The other son is a middle school student here at Frost. He doesn't have a cell phone, so even though the shooting, according to police, happened at Wootton, she was still worried about her son here. And as it turns out, you're going to hear from the son, then you're going to hear from the mom. They were impacted here as well because, again, this takes you back to the beginning of this live shot. Frost and Wootton are so close together. As you see another one of these buses pulling into Wootton, or excuse me, to Frost now. I want you to take a listen. First, this is a Frost middle school student, followed by the mom who has kids both here at Frost as well as at Wootton. Give it a listen.
There's reports of like shooting, so the principal told everyone to like go into lockdown, and they turned off all the lights, they pulled down all the currents, and we all had to sit under our desk.
I'm devastated. I'm devastated for the victim. I'm devastated for our community. I'm devastated for the entire school district. You know, we've had bomb threats multiple times at Wootton. We had another incident where someone was writing a manifesto that they're going to bring a gun to school. But, you know, you always hope that nothing like this will ever happen to your kids.
And again, for parents who may be watching this broadcast right now, I do just want to urge patience, which is a nearly impossible thing to ask for in a situation like this. However, it is the reality of the situation, because if you look down there, maybe hard to see with the camera, maybe not, it's a long line of parents, presumably, who are waiting to get to their children. Then, again, look up Scott Drive. Still, we are seeing parent after parent walk in here. Some of them may very well live nearby, but I also think it's fair to assume that some of these people just got tired of waiting in their cars all the way down Scott Drive. I would have to imagine this backup is on Wootton Parkway at this point, just because of the number of people that we've seen, and they're walking up. So it is entirely possible that in addition to the lines of people that we already have here, you may have empty cars down Scott Drive. And one last thing I'll add, not only are the cars down this way, if you can pop out here, Ben, look up that way, they're lined up along that side of Scott Drive as well. Guys, for now, back to you.
It's student population there at Wootton High School, about 2,000 students. All of these students have to be released from Wootton High School. If they're not taking the buses, they're gonna get on a bus regardless to go where you are at Robert Frost Middle School. Josh, have you, at this hour, we're approaching almost 3 hours since dismissal would have happened at Wootton. Have you seen any parent reunited yet with their student?
We have yet to see parents reunited with their Wootton students. Now, that mom who you just heard from, who we played the sound from, she said that her son who goes to Wootton, because remember, the soundbite that we played you is from her son who goes to Frost. She told us that her son from Wootton was able to make it home on his own. Don't know exactly how that transpired. Maybe it was as simple as him walking out because they're allowing students to do it. Again, I don't know. But she said even though she hadn't seen her son, she had been in contact with her son, he was safe and able to make it home. Otherwise, we have seen a lot of middle school students come out. I'm going to work on talking to some of these parents as soon as we wrap up this live shot. It does appear as though some of the students that we're walking out now may be Wootton students. But again, I want to be careful because remember, this is Frost Middle School. They had a day of school today, and plenty of students go there as well, Marina.
Yeah, and a lot of parents, I mean, sadly, can't get a hold of their kids, right? They didn't have their cell phones near them, or they text them, they didn't get responses. So I can imagine, you know, even though they're getting these text alerts from Montgomery County as to like go to Robert Frost Middle School, it's, you know, you can just see right there, the story of the traffic says it all as to what the angst that these parents are feeling. Josh, thank you. Don't go anywhere. We want to check in right now with what we're hearing from Maryland's governor. We got his reaction to this shooting earlier. Here's what he had to say.
This is a parent's worst nightmare, and we, you know, have just been briefed on it. We've been notified, and we're working closely with local officials to get to the bottom of it. But we have offered whatever state supports that we can provide to the local jurisdictions as they're getting to the bottom of it. But also we're continuing to think about and are here for the families of those impacted as well. And so whenever you hear about something like this happening, you want to make sure that you can get in contact quickly and to get all the information. And so we have actually both introduced and passed legislation and put it towards the Maryland Coordination and Analysis Center, which is doing really good work in making sure that process can happen. But there's nothing that we won't do to make sure that parents know their children are in safe environments, and knowing that parents should get the information that they need in these kind of cases.
Thankfully, that student that was shot is in stable condition at last check. The person and student that was taken into custody, we're learning all of this information as to what exactly unfolded, but the trauma that these students also face when they saw a kid shot in the middle of the hallway, you can imagine what they're going through.
All right, we're going to get more headlines and also check in with weather on the other side of the break, and we'll be taking you back out live to Wootton with the latest when we come back. Stay with us.
Available on Fox Local and Fox Soul. Hear real stories from real people about real faith.
I knew God had a call on my life.
On The Good Word with me, Tisha Lewis.
Don't let anyone dim your shine.
Get inspired through their journey and let your light shine. The Good Word. Watch anytime on Fox Local and Fox Soul.
When you say let's go to breakfast, you mean let's go to McDonald's. Obviously.
Go from yawn to yay with a 2 for $5 deal on your favorite breakfast sandwiches.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Stay ahead of traffic delays on Fox 5 Morning every weekday with Fox 5's Annie Mae.
If you can't, we can.
Michael and Son.
Some dream of curling up on the couch for the night. Others dream of spending all day in their outdoor oasis.
You're my favorite.
Whatever the dream, it's in reach. At IKEA, dream the possibilities.
Welcome to America's true financial center. It's not a boardroom or a startup or a trading floor. It's where Vanguard's 50 million investors make the decisions that build their futures. For 50 years, Vanguard has empowered them to reach their financial goals. Now, with Investor Choice, they have a greater voice when investing. At Vanguard, our investors are our owners, and their voices are heard. 50 million investors, 50 million voices. Vanguard.
No application fee if you apply by February 11th at University of Maryland Global Campus, offering online and hybrid courses and lifetime career services. Learn about our more than 135 degrees and certificates at umgc.edu.
Greenberg and Betterman gives back to the district, Maryland, and Virginia because they have given us so much. We've given basketballs to community centers, backpacks to students, and food to the needy. We're here to help you.
When looking at your meal, you must always make sure there's enough sauce for every single bite.
Share and share alike with the 20-piece Chicken McNuggets for only $6.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
take you back out live to Wootton High School, where you can see the lockdown has ended about 2:15 this afternoon. A student was shot inside of Wootton High. Another student was quickly arrested in connection to that shooting. And since then, for the last 2 hours, there has been a lockdown as police combed the inside of that school to try and find more evidence. At this hour, parents are being reunited with their students. Students on bus routes are being taken home. But you can see police telling Fox 5 there is no further threat at Wootton High School.
Yeah, and you can see that line of buses right there as they're trying to get students home from a very traumatic and tragic day. Again, one student was shot. We are told at last check in stable condition. Another student was taken into custody. That arrest was made pretty swiftly, but the communication to parents coming through text message, a lot of parents right now lining their way to Robert Frost Middle School to get reunited with their kids. Right now, so far as we've been looking from Sky Fox, things have been looking fairly orderly, except again, the long line of parents as they are trying to reunite with their kids. And of course, the issue of safety at top of mind tonight. We'll be bringing you more details as we get it.
All right, let's switch gears here and check in with our Mike Thomas. And Mike, we've been getting these aerials from Sky Fox above Rockville area. And one thing that's not changed is just the massive snow that is still on the ground. And although it's 33 degrees at this hour, still not enough to melt.
It's still not enough to melt just yet, but we do have good news in that department. Some warmer days are ahead after what has been a brutally cold stretch here in the D.C. region. I'm double checking the data, but I believe it may have been our coldest 15-day stretch since 1994 here in Washington. But I'll get that final to you coming up in a little bit. Let's take you through Saturday. Remember how windy it was? I mean, you heard it. Rattling just about all day. Peak gusts from that day. Reagan National Airport nearly 60 miles per hour. Same deal with BWI there at 58. Dulles 55. And we did have some local reports. Highest one I saw, confirmed by the National Weather Service, 72 mile per hour wind gusts in Howard County during that little wind event on Saturday. Now outside tonight, setting sun across a snowy scene out there. I mean, it's 2 weeks plus now we've dealt with some snow on the ground here in Washington, all from that same storm. Temperature 33 D.C., Dulles 32, BWI 31. We are starting a warm-up. It'll be slow and steady this week, and we will get a bit of a hiccup heading into the weekend. But notice the spring, if not, do I dare say summer-like warmth. Del Rio, Dallas, 84 degrees right now, and the warmth stretching up as far north as Lincoln, Nebraska, and Kansas City in the middle 70s right now. I know folks are ready for a break. We're not going to get temperatures like this anytime soon, but we do think we could sneak into perhaps some 60s next week, not this week, but I do think we get close to 50 before this week is done. As we look at satellite and radar, certainly filtering in some clouds out there tonight. You saw them from the live shot, but we're dry, and we expect that most of this week will be dry here in Washington. Cold, though, overnight, back down into the 20s. We'll watch for a little bit of a refreeze. 19 Hagerstown, 23 Manassas, 25 for Leonardtown. Heading through the daytime hours tomorrow, big zone of high pressure center just off the floor of the coastline. Starting that warm-up, return winds out of the south, and it will take time for the cold air to erode here in Washington, but eventually we will do it, and it will feel noticeably better tomorrow with, we believe, middle 40s here in Washington, and some of our zones out to the west.
phantom power, that's what it is.
So it should work, okay.
bet you they don't get up here before 10.
Hi, IFB check. Yes, hello. Perfect. Okay, sounds good. Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, well, it is National Pizza Day.
Well, guys, according to authorities, when officers arrived, they located the victim in a hallway inside the school. The student was found with a gunshot wound and taken to a hospital in stable condition.
Yeah, it smells supreme. Yeah, I smell veggies. Yeah, yeah. I think it's pizza.
According to authorities, when officers arrived, they located the victim in a hallway inside the school. The student was found with a gunshot condition. Now, police arrested another student near the school in connection to the shooting.
Go through the cul-de-sac and just go straight in. They give you yeah. That sun goes away, that's it.
Now, this student have been dismissed and been directed to Bethesda Middle School. That is the reunification center on the other one.
So that's what you got in your car?
I already got them. Live tracker.
I remember thinking, because how about now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's just 6, 7. Yeah, it's just literally right around. Like if you went. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. How's the sound? Can you hear me? Good. Perfect. All right, I'm gonna mute it. Is it okay if I put this in front of, because I keep wanting to do this.
It's not right.
Okay, all right, yeah. Because otherwise I will end up knocking it over. Okay.
I think so. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. Go or we come over.
Gunshot wound. They were taken to a hospital and
Don't break.
in stable condition. Police also arrested another student near the school.
Are you in the back one?
The back, yes.
Okay, that should stop.
And the police arrested another student near the school.
Oh, yeah,
in connection to the shooting. My check. Hello.
all good.
Okay, empty podiums, I'm taking a stop west.
None of everything warm out here.
All right, man. Cool.
Yeah, I know.
Channel 2, but it's muted right now, so we're not anything else.
Reunification Center. In the meantime, Police Montgomery County. In the meantime, we are waiting for that news conference that is scheduled for. In the meantime, we are waiting for that news conference that is supposed to happen in just a couple of minutes. But just by being on the ground right here on the scene shortly after getting that call about reports, we have been noticing just parents in distress. You can imagine, really heartbreaking. Okay. Okay, thank you.
With Fox that's great.
Yeah, well, guys, at this point, all students have been dismissed from school and have been directed to Robert Frost Middle School. That's where they have been reuniting with their parents. That's the Reunification Center. In the meantime, we are waiting for this news conference to happen. It is scheduled to happen in just a couple of minutes. So in that time, authorities will be able to give us a little bit more insight of what unfolded, how the shooting happened, and some of the questions, or rather answers that we want from.
Yeah, I got you.
Questions.
There isn't really anything for me to show, so
We're ready for the podium.
That's fine.
So probably just be on camera. Yeah, it'll probably be delayed, but I'll give you a heads up on where Oh yeah? Stand by.
Have you ever been to
Have you? Oh, it was the most. Both the victim and the suspect, they're both students at Wootton High School, which is kind of got a breakdown of what officers are able to tell us at this point. When officers arrived a little bit after 2:15, that's when they found a student suffering from a gunshot wound in the hallway of Wootton High School. That student was taken to the hospital and is stable as we speak right now. Soon after, officers were able to arrest the suspect, another student outside the school nearby. We're still waiting to get an update on how exactly.
Yeah, hey guys, and that press conference is supposed to happen in just a couple of minutes. In the meantime, while we wait, we were one of the first few on scene. We got there at 3 p.m. just after hearing those reports about a shooting here on Wootton High School. And I can tell you, when we got to Wootton Parkway, just a few minutes away from the school, streets were already blocked off. We had police officers redirecting traffic, and there was a line of vehicles, a number of them, who were all parents waiting to get more information, waiting to get details, and of course to reunite with their kids. A lot of them telling me that they were not able to get in contact with them because some of them didn't have their phones with them. I have been hearing from parents that certain teachers do take away their cell phones when in class. Others were able to get some relief knowing that some of their kids were able to respond to their text messages, but just a really emotional time. And I do want to go over what we know so far from authorities. We do know that this all happened just after 2:15 p.m. That's when authorities got the reports about a possible shooting. When officers arrived to the school, they found a victim in the hallway, that student with gunshot wounds. As far as the alleged suspect who is in connection to this shooting, they have been taken into custody. But so far, we know that there is no further threat to the public. Again, students have been dismissed. The reunification center is being taken place at Robert Frost Middle School. That's where parents have been directed, and so far right now still a lot of questions. Definitely want more answers, and that's why this press conference is happening in just a couple of minutes to get more details of how this shooting unfolded. Again, I do want to talk about the victim. They are in stable condition. That is what we know according to authorities, but really just a scary situation for parents, for students, and of course, overall, just a really difficult time to be out here. At one point, when we got on scene, we did notice a woman, possibly a mother. She ran to authorities who were blocking off streets, just trembling. So you could just imagine just the fear that many parents had to get that message that there was a shooting that happened here. So just really difficult time, but we'll get more information once that news conference happens, and we'll be sure to let you know. For now, I'll send it back to you. Thanks.
Good job.
Jeez.
That's a lot of...
Bye. Now we're not muted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everybody happy? I'm old. It's dark. No, they said after 6. It wouldn't be 6 right off the bat. It'd be a little later. Everybody's just got to be patient, or they can go home.
Is there any way to kill the flash in the upfront strobe there? Or on the blue side strobe?
The side one?
Yeah.
Up here, you mean?
Yeah. Oh, no, on the front, on the bumper. Or put some tape on it?
Yeah, put some tape on it.
You need some tape?
Yes, please.
Oh, look at that. Okay, the wireless backup's up.
have some. Mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mic check. Good. Okay.
We have a little bit of time to kill. Your little battery bank, man, it's doing good. It's like 96%. Had a draw. No, I think they wanted to get all the kids out of there. That's on Mike. Check it, make sure it's not okay. Because sometimes your camera might get some of that. No, it's on mic level. It's been the whole way. Never did it online. You can. Everybody give me your feet.
Okay, this is a test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. This is yours now on line level, not mic level. If it was working fine before, I wouldn't change it, but do you have headset to listen through? Test 1, 2. 2. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Okay. Okay, so this is back to mic level. Back to mic level. That's an alarm. Okay, test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. That's good. I will leave it there. gonna mute the speaker again.
Via?
Yes.
Okay, I do not have mine on right now.
Okay.
Eight other things.
Can you step to your left just a hair? A little bit more?
Me?
Yeah.
Yes, I got you.
Perfect, right there.
Sorry if it's bright.
Hey, John. You might as well just knock out the headline right there. Yeah. Just stand right there.
As we were still waiting from the press conference to start, until it's being delayed because of the we want to make sure that all students who are still.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Clear.
Yeah, hey guys, and we're still waiting for that press conference to start. It is being delayed by authorities. They want to make sure that every student is reunited with their family if they are still near the school or at school. As far as the rest of the students, they have been dismissed, and right now the reunification center is being taken place at Robert Frost Middle School. So that is the latest there. But again, this press conference is supposed to happen. We'll know more details about what unfolded. But from what we know so far, yes, we were one of the first reporters here on scene, seeing what happened as far as the aftermath, as parents initially got that message from the school saying that there was a shooting that happened. But very, very emotional time. This all happened just before 2:30 this afternoon. Montgomery County Police officers and Rockville City Police, they were called to the scene after reports of a shooting. According to authorities, when officers got to the scene, when they got to school, they noticed a student in the hallway. The student was the victim, who they found gunshot wounds. And of course, they were taken to the hospital. And so far, authorities have told us that they are in stable condition. Now, police arrested another student in connection to the shooting near the school. As far as that, there is no threat to the public at this time. But again, still lots of questions that we need answers. And of course, a lot of frustration coming from parents who heard about this, and just a very terrifying experience, not only for the students who were at school, but also the parents who were waiting to hear about their kids. Some of them who were very
close, just a few minutes or a few feet away from school, as police and authorities blocked off certain streets, but still parents drove here. They were on standstill, some of them texting their kids to figure out what happened, some of them getting relief because their kids actually texted back, but others did not hear from them. And so just, again, a very challenging and difficult time. As soon as we hear from authorities about what happened, we'll be sure to share the latest details. For now, I'll send it back to you. Yeah, it's pretty blocked off. Certain streets are still blocked off, but yes, still lots of authorities and Montgomery County Police actually here blocking off, redirecting traffic. So we're sort of on a standstill as that staging area here with all other media outlets, but still trying to get more information. We have seen certain buses coming through this area. We do know that buses have remained on their route and are starting to take kids back to the routes that they had, but definitely still a lot of police activity here in this area. Thanks.
It's on, it's on. She's coming. Yeah, family. Was it Family Feud? I always forget the name of it.
Yeah, Family Feud.
Yeah, Family.
Mic check, mic check. Hello. Yeah, guys, and we have been. Yeah, guys, and we have been on standby for the past couple of hours now. Yes, hi. Hello. Yurita? Yurita. Yes. Yeah.
Make sure you hold the mic from the stick piece because our cubes
Yes.
are kind of crappy.
Okay.
And so they've been kind of falling apart on us lately.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Every single one of us have lost a cube.
Yeah, guys, we've been on standby for the past 2 hours. Initially, Montgomery County Police had this press conference scheduled for 6 p.m. They've delayed it several times because they want to make sure that every student who's still on school property makes it or is directed to the reunification center, which we now know is Robert Frost Middle School. So in the meantime, I do want to describe what we're seeing here on scene. We're still about a few minutes away from school, but this is as far as we can go. You can still see lots of police activity. Certain areas are still blocked off. Now, when I say, but I want to take you to the initial call, or let me break down. Yeah.
You're gonna need a good set of finger gloves with the texting bits.
Right?
Yeah.
I know.
They're useful.
So unprepared. Told you, no winter survival skills. Yeah, and guys, at this point, yeah, guys, and at this point, we have been on standby for the past couple of hours. You guys, and at this point, we have been on standby for the past 2 hours. Montgomery County Police initially had this press conference scheduled for 6 p.m., but they've kept delaying it because they want to make sure that all students who are still on school property make it or is directed. People are being taken to the reunification center, which we now know is Robert Frost Middle School. So far, what we've been seeing while on scene is just a lot of police activity still. We are noticing patrol cars coming in and out of just... That's correct. We are still on standby at this point. It's been 2 hours that we've been on standby since Montgomery County Police told us that this press conference would initially happen at 6 p.m., but they've kept delaying it because they want to make sure that any student who is still on school property is being directed to the reunification center, which we now know is Robert Frost Middle School. But just to give you some background, this is Wootton Parkway, where we're currently standing until that press conference starts. And so far what we've noticed, just a lot of police activity still. This area is still blocked off for traffic or anybody who's trying to come in here. It is blocked off. And this is as far as we go. We're still a few minutes away from Wootton High School, but we are still noticing as well some buses, school buses coming in and out, and that is why police have delayed this press conference. But I want to take you to the initial call of when this all happened. We do know that this all started around 2:15 p.m. That is when they got that initial call. Montgomery police officers and Rockville City Police, they were called to the scene after reports of a shooting. According to authorities, when officers arrived, they located a victim in a hallway inside the school. That student was found with a gunshot wound and taken to a hospital and is now in stable condition. According to authorities as well, police arrested another student near the school in connection to the shooting. And at this time, we know that there is no further threat to the public, but still lots of questions, and of course, lots of questions to the authorities and the district of how this unfolded, how this all happened. And as we got here at 3 p.m., just close to this street, we noticed a line of vehicles from parents who were waiting, who were frustrated and really in distress, trying to figure out how their students or their kids were, what the status of their kids was at that time. And many people were trying to get in contact with their kids. Some of them had some relief because they were texting them and they got a text back, but others, they tell me that certain teachers take their phone away while in class, and so they weren't able to communicate with them. But again, certainly a lot of questions that need answers, and we're hoping that authorities will be able to get that press conference underway very shortly. I'll send it back to you. Awesome. Yay. Thank you so much.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Everybody's good with a mic check? Mic check? Sure. One, two, three. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for being here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I guess when it starts, you're going to turn on the light, right? Yeah. Yeah, good. Everybody good? Good. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3. Do you guys want to turn this light on?
Yeah, when they're here, we'll turn it on.
Okay.
It's on a battery.
Okay, copy. Everybody good with mic checks, right? Good? Good.
All right. Hi. No, we're just doing a mic check.
Yep.
All right. Just want to make sure everyone is connected before we start. Do you want to give a thumbs up? Everybody thumbs up? Good? Okay.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. I'm Catherine Kirk-Dantzler, Director of Communications and Community Engagement for the City of Rockville. This evening's press conference will consist of a collaboration of all the entities that have been involved in today's shooting. We'll start with Rockville City Police Department Chief Jason L. West. Then we'll have the Assistant Chief David McBain of the Montgomery County Department of Police, and Dr. Thomas Taylor, Superintendent of Montgomery County Public Schools. They'll each give a brief statement. After the statements, then we will field questions. Chief?
Good evening, everyone. Chief Jason West, Rockville City Police. Early this afternoon at about 2:15 p.m., Rockville City Police, Montgomery County Police, the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office, and Montgomery County Public Schools responded to a reported shooting at Wootton High School. Officers arrived on scene and found a student victim inside the school, a 16-year-old student of the school who had been injured in the shooting. A short time later, a suspect was identified and apprehended in close proximity to the school due to our coordinated law enforcement response today. The victim was transported to an area hospital where the victim remains in stable condition at this hour. Rockville City Police detectives with our partner agencies are continuing this investigation. This is a very active and ongoing investigation at this time. We're collaborating with the Montgomery County State's Attorney's Office regarding charges that are forthcoming in today's incident. With that, I'll turn it over to Assistant Chief McBain, who will talk more about our coordinated response.
Thank you, Chief. So as the Chief indicated, we responded to Wootton High School this afternoon for a shooting in progress. Montgomery County officers from the 1st District, along with Rockville City Police Department and the Montgomery County Sheriff's Department all responded. Additionally, Montgomery County officers from adjoining districts responded as well when the call went out. Officers began creating incident action teams, immediate action teams, and started pushing their way into the school in an attempt to find the shooter and or victim. And as Chief West indicated, we located the one victim and extricated him from the school, preparing him for transport to a local area hospital. While that was going on, Montgomery County Police Emergency Services Division SWAT team officers were responding to the school, arrived to the school, and began a methodical and slow search of the school for any additional suspects and any other victims in the school. That search took a considerable amount of time, but we worked with our partner agencies. We worked with Montgomery County Public School and their security team, and we effectively and safely cleared the school of any other suspects in the school. We're continuing to search the school for any additional evidence, and we continue to work this scene with our partners at Rockville City. I want to thank the Montgomery County Sheriff's Department. I believe that we had approximately 7 canine dogs that responded to the school to conduct searches, and it was just an incredible partnership and coordinated effort to keep the students safe and to effectively get them out of the school safely and reunited with their parents. I'm going to turn it over now to Dr. Thomas Taylor with Montgomery County Public Schools.
Thank you, Chief. And I want to apologize to members of the media that were waiting out here in the cold. I'm sorry that you had to wait, but we had to prioritize student safety and get our students reunited with their parents. That was the priority. this afternoon after today's incident. And today is a heartbreaking and deeply unsettling day for our entire community. The kids and our staff are emotionally exhausted and understandably traumatized by today's events. We understand that news like this creates an immediate fear and leaves many unanswered questions, because every kid deserves to come to a safe learning environment and a safe school community. Our hearts and full support are with every student and staff member and family affected by today's events. As soon as this incident occurred and was identified, we immediately initiated a school lockdown and alerted emergency services. Law enforcement and emergency responders were able to be on scene within minutes. I would like to extend my special thanks to the City of Rockville Police Department, Montgomery County Police Department, the Sheriff's Office, City of Rockville and Montgomery County Government, emergency services, who have been on scene and supportive. They are the model of collaboration and support through today and have helped us in this process. We have emotional supports that are in place for our students and staff for the remainder of the week and beyond as we navigate through this difficult time. Thank you so much, and I'll turn this back to Chief to take questions.
And almost 10 minutes to get in front of cameras and tell folks what are going on, especially when so many parents told us, and we read the messages they were getting from MCPS, they were confusing. They'd tell them to go one place and then to hold and stay put. Why did it take such a long time to at least preliminarily get in front of the cameras and tell people what's going on?
Well, we were communicating with our parents through our protocol, which is to send regular updates as to what's been happening, and we have done that. Learning from mistakes of the past, we wanted to prioritize our student safety and make sure that reunification was the priority, and so that we have done. This is an ongoing investigation, so there are limitations to what we can share, and we're here today to share that information right now.
Were there any community engagement officers, SROs, inside the school at the time of this shooting?
The Rockville City Police Department has a community engagement officer assigned to Wootton High School. During the time of the shooting, that officer was attending to an issue at Lakewood Elementary School. Was on duty, was not at the school at the time of the shooting, but due to our quick response, we had responding officers on the scene within minutes.
Does a shooting like this make you change your policies and make sure that there's an officer at every school pretty much at all times of the day?
It is the priority of our police department in the city of Rockville that we provide public safety to all of our schools in our community. I stand behind my original statements months ago when we put our officer at Wootton High School. I think a collaborative partnership between law enforcement and our school community keeps our children safe, and we're going to continue to do that in the future.
Another question for Dr. Taylor. Is the school going to be open tomorrow? And I know that you're a dad. What do you say to parents who kind of waited today? They were getting the text messages. The text messages had conflicting information. What do you say to those parents who waited so many hours to figure out what was going on?
Well, first and foremost, we're glad that our children are safe and that they're back home with their families. That's the most important thing for today. We are going to be open tomorrow because we know it's important to be connected to resources, and we know that we have mental health supports that can assist our students and our families. So our families will be hearing from us later tonight, immediately after this press event, where they can get more information about tomorrow's schedule, tomorrow's resources, and of course we'll be also having a meeting with our faculty and staff tomorrow morning as well.
Is there consideration to add metal or weapons detectors at Wootton High School or any other high school?
So as a school system, we have looked at weapons detection systems. This past week, we've actually announced a pilot where we are looking at an artificial intelligence weapons detection pilot at 3 of our high schools, and information has gone out to those school communities to see if we can learn something about that technology and to see how it might be a good fit in our community. There's still a lot for us to learn about weapons detection and how it can best serve our community. We're not married to any particular approach or any particular idea, but I think that we are certainly exploring it, and today is a point in case as to why there's an urgency to at least explore every option and to look at that as a potential option.
That have been made before, why weren't there any metal detectors put in place when certain threats like that were being made?
Well, I can't speak to a specific incident or a specific issue. I will say this, that since I've come to Montgomery County, I know that we've looked at the technology, and the technology has rapidly changed. Less so on the metal detection and more so on other aspects of the technology for weapons detection. And so we're very interested in exploring that further, and we're even doing a pilot at 3 of our schools where we're that interested in the technology and seeing where that might go.
Would be one of those schools?
We'll take a couple more questions. One more question from over here. You?
Hi, I have a question for the police, please. Can you share anything at this point about the recovery of the gun? I was told that it was found by police dogs, but can you say anything about the type of gun, who owned it, if it was registered to anyone, anything like that?
So I can tell you this is an active and ongoing investigation. As of this press conference, a firearm has not yet been recovered. We still have a lot of work to do. Our detectives will be working throughout the night, still following leads and following up on that particular lead, which is where is the firearm that was used, what type of firearm is it, and who's the registered owner.
One more. One more question over here.
The motive behind this shooting is still under investigation. The Rockville City Police Department is the lead law enforcement agency in the investigation. That's correct.
And one more question from you, sir.
The exact motive is still under investigation. We're not quite sure as to what led up to this. We do know that we had a student injured in one of our high schools, and this is a top priority for us to investigate. And as I said, our detectives will be working throughout the night. This investigation, I know everybody's been out here for hours, but this investigation is still in its infancy at this point. So I'll address the first question first. Both students involved today, the victim and the suspect, are 16 years of age. Were there other students in the area? There were, and we're actively interviewing those persons right now. Both of the involved students were males.
Is there any information tonight you'd be able to share about just how the victim is doing out of the hospital?
Yes, we will be releasing a press release that will have additional information, details that include time, location, condition of the victim, which is in stable condition at an area hospital. That will be available for media outlets as well.
Students have been reunified with their parents, and the middle school students were first to be reunified with their parents.
I'm sorry, what's the question? That's still part of the investigation.
So we've already announced our pilot, and it is not. The 3 schools are Seneca Valley, Bethesda Chevy Chase, and Magruder High School.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We apologize for the wait, and thank you for your patience. There will be a press release that will be released momentarily for all media. Thank you so much. This wraps up this press conference. Yes, and it's in coordination with Montgomery County Department of Police as well as the MCPS. Thank you.
problem. No problem. Yeah. At least we work to keep you warm a little bit at the end. So, yeah. Yeah, I think I take everybody.